whispers falling silently drift on the wind. But I hear you, our journey, now a memory fading from sight. But I see you unbroken, promises we made so long ago. You're still promises we made so long ago. You're still here, unspoken. Requiem for a river of tears, flowing, winding toward eternal sea. And yet our hope remains, guiding, lighting the way. No time for morning rises on a land reborn from the ashes. Neath the heavens to sunset, blood red skies tranquil after the storm. Blessed shadow turning, wending, always night follows day. The sun will shine again. Walk on, never look back. Through you we live tales of loss and
Alright, another day, another stream. I'll be right there. I just need to take a piss. Be right back, okay?
whispers falling silently drift on the wind. But I hear you, our journey, now a memory fading from sight. But I see you unbroken, promises we made so long ago. You're still here, unspoken. Requiem for a river of tears.
Alright.
Flowing, winding toward eternal sea. And yet our hope remains, guiding, lighting the
Okay, currently
no time
I need to do
rises.
Mari Lamentorum.
Reborn from the ashes. Neath the heavens to sunset, blood red skies tranquil after the storm. Blessed shadow turning, wending, always night follows day. The sun will shine.
I'm gonna do I'm gonna queue for alliance raids first. I need that sweet tombstone. Wait, I'm level 84. Was there 2 or 3 loporits? Did not notice. I mean, 4? Okay, how about I give it 5? Alright. I did not count the one that's just standing idle. It pops. There's no point in me trying to level a class through what they call this alliance raid, because it gives like really little XP. Oh, is there a newbie in our team? Someone is watching the cutscenes. Ninja Abyss still looks really cool. I just need this, 'cause why not? I need this for the seals anyway. this boss. I remember this. Yeah, turn it away, man. Alright, point it outside, man. Point it outside. Don't be a dum-dum. Don't walk into it. Ooh. Cane fogs. Get out. Ah, yes. I think the math boss is incoming. Oh yeah. The math boss, here we go. Because my math sucks. Wait, I'm gonna wait for the mechanic to resolve itself. Alright. I guess I can. Yeah, since I don't need to participate in the mechanics. Jeez. Since I'm not dead here, can't cheese the mechanics. So I'm 5. Yeah, since 5 is indivisible. Calibrate vitals to 5. Divide by 5. 5 divided by 1. 1 divided by 5 is not divisible again. Yeah, baby. My math is not failing me. Ew. Looks like someone disconnected and can't reconnect back.
The Empire is a cancer! And I am the barber's blade! I'll tear you limb from limb! Escape this!
Oh shit!
Agony and sorrow! Your suffering is not yet over. You will not have mercy! Agony and sorrow! Escape this! Agony and sorrow!
Shit. Ah crap, I was moving too slow.
Recognize them better! Your suffering is not yet over.
What?
I'll tear you limb from limb! Escape this! Your pain is my pleasure. Your suffering is not yet over. Agony and sorrow. I, the Ganon, shall deliver the king's justice! Feel the wrath of my brothers! You will pay for what you have done! With blood!
Right face.
my strength! Enough! A knife through butter! Your suffering is not yet over.
I like this helmet. I'll read this. How about this? I'll read this as well. Read. 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 Huh, I did not get anything at all. Bastards. Ugh. Oh. Oh yeah, I need to get back to Old Shoreline because I need to take care of my retainers, all of that. Q popped. Oh. Abraham. baby. Ugh. Hey, where are you going? To the next job, quickly. Wait for me, I beg you. Right, let me stand up for a bit so that I prevent my back from being sore. You know, I probably should clean up my vape. Let's do just that. Sorry, I'm just doing some cleanup. I'll be back in a minute. Right, folks, I'm back. Sorry for that really long wait. No one is waiting for me anyway. But yeah, in case someone will watch the VOD or whatnot. Time to fly. Bye-bye. Ah, coffee. Nice. That was freaking fast. Yeah, too many people. This feels good, man. we ran out of fates. There's so many people. This is what I like about doing the fates in the beginning of the expansion. Like a lot of people are joining in to clear the fates. Right, let me move to another instance. But before I do that, okay. What instance am I? Instance 3. I hope they don't do the XP bonus yet. Let's do the 12 minutes first, then the XP bonus one. Yeah, alright, good. Good, you read my mind. Here we go, boys. Right. Time to eat some good fucking food. Oh, I'm dying. Someone heal me. Heal me, please. Oh shit. Finally ran out of fates. Let's take a breather. Tech support. Tech support call. Why? Does UCP hate tech support? Nope. A bit more than what I can chew. I have to get out of here. Hey. Hey. Good. Why is my chocobo not dead? I'm almost half of the fates that I need to do. Okay, that's good. I get in 85 on both Dancer and Black Mage, then I can go to Elpis once I have everything at like max. Don't attack this yet. We need the XP bonus later. Bikini bunny girl. I was tanking for a good bit there. Showing them damn moves. This is how you dancer, people. For solo content. I wonder how many people are in the instance right now, because it seems that there's not a lot. Like, I don't want to do a crazy pool because there's not a lot of people, I think. Well, there's a warrior. I'm gonna unlock this first, then go here, then come back here. Because this one might disappear. So this one came out first. Before this. Full credit still. The fuck? Yes. I'm more than half now. Good. Hey Astro, if I'm about to die, go ahead and heal me, please. Heal me, please. Ah, looks like they did the one near the Aetheryte first. fate here. Falling away tempted fate by haphazardly modifying some boosted cleaners, and now he finds himself paying the price in the form of already contraptions running amok. Okay. This is why you don't mess with the ancient technology, bro. You're aliens. Aliens, bro. Dun 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 dun. I wonder if I can get on top of this. Okay. Oh. I don't care whether or not I die. Oh! Let's do it one at a time. freaking warrior is unkillable. Like, look at this. Look at how ugly this is. Warriors got even more ungabungas to their ungabungas. I feel like warriors doesn't even need healers anymore. Like, look at this. They're just way too strong, tanking all alone by themselves. There's not a lot of people in this instance anymore, I think. Like, we're only like 2-3 people doing fakes. Add to the fact that it's already 2 a.m. in the morning here. So this just spawned, so I'm gonna do this instead. This just spawned, so I think this is the best way to do the fates. Do this first, then this. I'm almost cap. Right. 13 more and I'm done with this. I haven't even leveled up my black mage. Alright. Where are the people? Probably dead or sleeping.
Please, I won't.
Bellular already uploaded his Endwalker journey. Let's see, before I watch this, let's see the comments first. Alright, since no one is doing fates at this time and it's already like 2:30 a.m. here, I guess I'll watch some Bellular video. Let me just bring the screen up. Wait a second. No, not this. Remove this. I don't need that. Window capture, that's it. See. Then I'm gonna mute the audio for the game first. That way it should be silent now.
Okay, I'm level 88 and
Alright, that might be too loud. Phew. Yeah, it's echoing. Sorry about that. Let me just adjust it. Or I think this should be enough.
Because, holy shit, Endwalker. They've went in a really ballsy direction with how they are doing this expansion. And quite frankly, I think it's kind of shocking that they've managed to do such a good job at it. Where I last left off, I was loving Zone 3. I mean, come on. The duty. I mean, there's a few of them, they're all pretty good. The character.
Yeah, a lot of people are actually like kind of divided with the duty, the part where the Warrior of Light's body, or not body, but soul was taken or ripped from his or her body and put into a Garlean soldier, an even unnamed one. And to me, well, I'm not sure if I haven't read a lot of comments about it, but it's not really that difficult for me, to be honest. Like I was able to do it on one try, but I guess it differs from one player to another. But what I do think made that duty really compelling is that it gave you this sense, because you are now invested to the character, and this happens like Xenos takes over your soulless body and becomes his vessel temporarily, and you are now kind of worried because um you are the Warrior of Light, you are the chosen one in this story, and combine that to the fact that even Fan Daniel tells you that in your original body, during that start of the duty, Fan Daniel tells you that yeah, you would make short work of this like tempered soldiers and magic armors, no problem. But you are not on your body anymore. So, and after finishing that duty, you, or maybe like doing as soon as you're like going through the duty itself, like making a little bit of progress, even though it's really slow because you are really weak compared your body rather, not the Warrior of Light themselves, is weak, and you get the sense that yeah, the Warrior of Light is pretty OP, and if Xenos, who has like the combat capabilities of like maybe somewhat maybe on par, or no, not really par, but maybe a bit below the Warrior of Light, let's just say, put him into the body of Warrior of Light, which is basically an unstoppable killing machine, that's a recipe for disaster, pretty much. So yeah, it did a great. It had like a very compelling, like what I forget the right term, but it's really compelling, that part, because it gave you so much stress, anxiety, and it also illustrates how strong the Warrior of Light is when it comes to like their own body. For example, because at the start of the game, you are already blessed with a lot of like um you are already blessed with ether, and then you're blessed by Hydaelyn as the chosen one. You had the echo, you had the blessing of light, and all of that. So that's how important your body is. And here's actually one interesting thing: what if the Warrior of Light suddenly dies? Then I highly doubt that the body will just be discarded for any reason, for like be buried. Like some crazy mad scientist out there would want to have the Warrior of Light's body and probably get the DNA of it and clone the shit out of it. Eh, it just opens a lot of like can of worms, basically. And I know it's crazy thought, but we can, at this point, since it's already the end of the Endwalker, I mean, we can speculate a lot of things. But yeah, I've been rambling a lot, so let's just continue with the video.
Characterizations, what they get into there, it is wonderful. And even with all of the crazy, fantasy elements, they're of course still managing to keep things super grounded and just remarkably human. So that's where I was in the last video, absolutely loving that stuff.
Also, at this part of the main scenario quest, a lot of people were kind of in the Garlemald part. I'm not entirely sure if they did not like humanizing Garleans and in this part of the story, because again, at the start of the game when you played ARR or Realm Reborn, you are you have been hammered with the information that the Garleans are the bad guys. They are the ones conquering nations and all of that. And then when you get to the Garlemald part of the story here, you realize that hey, the Guardians are like normal human beings. They don't have the capability of using magic. Their history is built upon lies. Their nation, their people, and they heavily rely on technology and magitech in order for them to protect their own like their own country or their own empire, say for example. And they had this because they are insecure about it. They have this mindset that instead of being conquered, we will be the ones who will do the conquering in the neighboring nations, because their ancestors were like thrown out of the like maybe what uh the promised land, metaphorically speaking, and they were like left to fend off for themselves in this northern wasteland of cold and snow. So you really cannot blame them for that. And add to the fact that their nation again is built with lies, because primarily when spoiler alert, by the way, for anyone who is not finished with I'll probably title this video with like huge spoilers at the beginning. But when Emmet Selk or Solus himself introduced as the founding father of Garlemald, which is an ASEAN, and it's the sole purpose of the Garlean Empire is to sow chaos and discord throughout the star itself or the planet, because it's the sole because the goal is for the rejoining. So basically, the sole purpose of the Garlean Empire existing is for the rejoining, and I don't think a lot of people in the Guardian Empire know that. Probably maybe a handful. You can count them with your fingers. Probably Xenos. Probably, well, the Emperor is dead already, and I don't know who else. Really. So when you look at it at the perspective of like being a Guardian itself, and if you are the kind of person who knew what's going on in the background, their nation is really fucked up. But if you are a regular citizen and you are seeing these things happen, that the mighty empire is destroying or being destroyed rather from within, it's also really fucked up, and they don't have anywhere to turn to because they are hated by everyone. And I don't think a lot of like players who went through the story, or maybe several, I've heard or read somewhere online that they don't they don't see the point of the Garlemald part of the main story quest, because I'm not sure, maybe they don't really see the point of humanizing Garleans. They don't see the point of trying to understand where the Garleans are coming from, because it has been stated that they don't have magic. They heavily rely on magitech, and they conquer instead of being conquered. So I guess that's basically it. But if you really pay attention to like the theme of the story itself, kind of makes sense that they had to present the Garleans in a very compelling way, that as much as any Eorzeans are, they are also just any living being in the planet, in the star. So they had to present it in a way that's not really an oversimplification of, oh yeah, these Garleans are hey, I'm Garlean, I'm just like you, except that I don't have magic. I have the technology, but I don't have magic. We also feel sadness, we also feel anger, we also cry, and all of that. So I don't know, I'm rambling again, sorry.
But as you who are ahead of me know, since then, whoa. So I've done the first trial, I've done another dungeon, I've went to places. I had no idea whatsoever I was going to. And I am so happy that I didn't look at, say, the Free Company page to know the zone names of where my, where everyone was. Because this was all a complete surprise to me. And it's the sort of thing, if you told somebody about where this expansion goes and what happens, I think...
You know, that's a good thing. Probably Matt advised him not to look at the Free Company page because, yeah, the places the places itself are kind of spoilers, especially the ones that were not shown during the live letters. Because one thing in the there's one specific object in the expansion that's not really that doesn't really that does hold a lot of like significance in the story. It started with an object and then it evolves into something else. So it's really spoilery. So yeah.
I think they just say, oh, they've jumped the shark. But no, because much like how Shadowbringers worked off incredibly well-established material that was slowly built up to, so too does Endwalker manage to do incredible, crazy things, but never have it feel immersion-breaking. And then with that craziness, they're just able to have such a cool story. And it's really that immersion, that deep immersion that...
I mean, I'm not even surprised he's commenting it that way. I mean, I used to play WoW before, but the last time I played was way back in the end of the Cataclysm. Post patch I did not play because I don't feel like playing it anymore. For me, like the closure I had with Warcraft 3, because I love the real time the RTS game Warcraft 3, and I love how the story was presented, especially with how it turned out with Arthas and the rest. And the conclusion for me was Wrath, and after that, I tried Cataclysm because of werewolves, Worgen. Now, before you accuse me of being a furry, I am a big fan of fantasy characters such as werewolves. So I had to like play Cataclysm, and then I noticed some like things in Cataclysm that I did not really like. So I can't even remember it anymore because it's way it's been too long. So yeah, I quit playing WoW. And then I did not play any MMO after that. Well, maybe some MMOs that are Asian, Eastern, Korean MMOs, but not to the extent of FF14. I just started playing FF14 way back around like 2016, I think. But anyway, let's go.
It is key. And lately, I've got to admit, my hands have been pretty immersed with Boxu, the place where you can get a slice of Japan each month and 10% off up to $47 with my link down below. Now, their boxes give you a real fun journey through top-notch Japanese snacking. Like, these literally ship from Japan and even partner with local snack makers to make unique custom treats. It's a perfect gift and might be an even bigger gift because you may even win tickets to Japan. Boxu are giving away a set to anyone who is subscribed to them before the end of December. Now, this month, it's the Hokkaido Holidays box. Of course, the treats inside box are long gone since we last talked about it. The things though, mochi puffs, I love them. I love them. They're light as air. They're full of flavor. It's crazy. There's then, of course, the continuation of the interesting popcorn. This time, it's butter soy sauce. Really good. Also, wasabi crackers, can't get enough of that. And corn tea, which is something I never tried before, but was very, very pleasant indeed.
You have tried corn tea, Bellular, but have you ever tried corn coffee? Huh? Huh? Here in my place, I used to have that. There was like a vendor nearby here that I can buy corn coffee, but the person who's selling it is not. I don't see him anymore. So yeah, you might want to try corn coffee. It's actually really good, depending on how it's made. But I know the guy, the person who sold me a few many years back of the corn coffee. It was really good.
And of course, way more things. So, to get your own slice of Japan and have some fun snacking and 10% off, hit up my link down below. They're a bunch of fun, and it's stuff you've probably never tasted before. So thanks, Boxu, check them out, and let's go. Alright, the spoiler-free section of the video. Don't worry, we're only going to exit the spoiler-free section with a bunch of time and very clear warnings, so you're 100% safe. Right then, I think the first thing is the damn quality of execution is still so strong as I've been going through. They've hit all of their big high moments, and just their ability to use everything they have at their disposal. You know, their acting, the camera, which they're getting a lot better with. It's all just fantastic. And I do have a quick little tip for you here. So I hide my UI when I'm in voiced cinematics. Obviously, I have the auto advancing turned on. I then just hide the UI. Because at this stage, their lip syncing is actually good enough to do the job. And I really do feel that it is a lot more cinematic when you don't have the text box at the bottom. Because here's the thing about the human eye, if a little box pops up and starts moving, your eye's going to be drawn down to it. And I find that sometimes takes me away from the cinematic. So by hiding that UI, obviously you've got to listen to the little audio cue for if, you know, your character has got to respond to something. But I've really found that to actually help with the cinematic experience. So there you go, that's a tip.
To anime watchers, this is not a big deal. I'm not sure because for me personally, yeah, for me personally, I don't think it's really jarring because the way I do it, specifically in FF14, is the way I do it is that I listen first to the dialogue and see the expressions of the character's face. Like say for example here, Kryl, she's smiling, she has this eye contact with the main character. And then after listening to the dialogue, I try to, I don't do the auto movement of the dialogue because I want to be able to like read the dialogue after I listen to it, so that I have like a better understanding of what was being conveyed. Because again, it's how I try to look into like subtle details of the story. Because again, here's one thing that people, I think a lot of people really miss with the story, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this because the community seems to be really like disappointed with the character named Lise in Stormblood. Now, let me start off by saying I'm not defending Lise as a character. In my opinion, her character suffered because of the pacing of Stormblood, with the story being told, with the same story being told at this twice, one in Alamigo and one in Doma. Though the Doma part is not really connected to her own, like to her own backstory, which is in Alamigo. However, still, when you go to Alamigo, you talk to people, you try to convince them to join the rebellion. The people are so downtrodden that they don't want to deal with it. And it's the same thing with Doma. Again, but anyway, so again, the reason why I'm saying that I try to listen first and then I try to read the dialogue is that there are really subtle hints in when you try to look to like double check what's being presented in the game. Like I started in Gridania, not really in Gridania, but I started in Ul'dah, way back then. And then I tried to create a new character in another world, and I started in Gridania because I wanted to try out the perspective of like different starting cities. So I tried all of them. I tried Mills, I tried Limsa, I tried Gridania, and I tried Ulda. To me, in my opinion, the best starting city is still Limsa. Not because of the city itself, but because the story there at the starting city is much more involved compared to Ulda and Gridania. However, going back to when I started in Gridania, you will notice that Ida, air quote Ida, uh, is acting as if she is not an Archon, because when they introduce to you the term Archon, when you get to meet them eventually, you will notice that a lot of them are like nerds, like hyper nerds from Charlian. Um, and they have this Archon smart somewhere in their body. They are hyper nerds. They are knowledgeable with a lot of things, except Ida. Like she presents herself in a very comedic way, which is like a foil to Papalimo's character itself. So that's why they are like the dynamic comedic duo. And I found that part really really like mysterious because okay, a lot of these people are really knowledgeable when it comes to like things like ether, things like uh other applications of magic and whatnot. Ida seems really lost in their circle. And then come to find out, in the end, she was revealed not to be really the Archon that is Ida, because she is already dead. She's actually the sister. That's why she's not really knowledgeable enough when it comes to any like etheric knowledge or whatever it was being taught, because she did not receive any teachings to become an Archon. Um, Probably she was tutored by Papa Limo along the way, but Ida probably has no interest in learning. The only problem is that Ida was not properly built up in ARR, not really in Storm in Heaven's War, not really in Stormblood. Sorry, Ida was upon her reintroduction in Heaven's Ward, there was not a lot of build up for her. If she have gotten more involved the moment that the Griffin storyline was introduced, which is basically Ilbert, if she has gotten more involved in there, like at the very start, it would have made sense that she cares a lot she cares a lot in Alamigo, and you would notice. And then if they drop subtle hints that that Ida is not the person we think is, then we probably figure out, or we would players would come to terms with the acceptance that Ida is not Ida but Lise. However, let's going back to Stormblood. The point of Ida is that Ida is an or Ida, not Ida, sorry, Liz. Liz is an outsider, much like the Scions, much like the Warrior of Light. And then you come into a nation that has been like conquered, and has been brought to heel by the Garlean Empire, and then Liz comes in and say, "Hey, we have come to free you. Join our rebellion. We will make sure that you'll be set free from the Garlean Empire." And these people who have been living under the Garlean Empire oppression want none of that, because they know that if they try to do that, they'll probably not to leave the sea the next day. So that's why when you go to the quest line of Alagana, they are being driven away by people there. And Ida, and sorry, I keep saying Ida, and Lise doesn't understand that because she did not leave. She did not live a life of oppression similar to the people who has been subjected to oppression with the Garlean Empire. All she knows is that she have to fight to liberate her own her own country, but she doesn't know that there are repercussions on how to do that. That whenever she tries to go to like free one village, another village suffers, and that's and you and the her character is supposed to annoy you, the viewer, or supposed to annoy anyone who follows the story because that's how it is introduced. Like think of it this way: you had a friend who has been a member of who has been a submissive member of a cult their whole life, and then you decided to annoy and pester that friend of yours to say, "Get out of that cult. I can help you get out of that cult." But that friend doesn't want to because he knows what if he decides to get out of that cult, he will not only endanger himself, but he will endanger everyone around him. So it's not really easy as it seems when you try to tell someone to flip the script. Now I'm just trying to like draw comparisons, but the players the players who are hating on Ida's like introduction in the game is, yeah, they are right to be annoyed because that's how it's supposed to be, and I don't understand why they hate her for that. I mean, at the end of the Stormblood, even though she's still the same Lise, at least you can see her progression. That she has understood her position in Alamigo. That she accepted that she is not her father, she is not Ada, she is herself, and that's basically her whole point. Because again, she used to be pretending to be Ada, and she is not as knowledgeable as her sister. She is not a good leader as her father, and even though she was put into a position she doesn't want to, because again Conrad, the guy who was leading the rebels, put Lise in a position of power that that she does not deserve. Mind you, she doesn't deserve that position. But in times of crisis, even if the person doesn't deserve to be in that position, what you need is a symbol of inspiration and hope for their men and women to rise up and take up arms and retake their homeland. And that's basically what Lise has done. She tried to be that symbol for them. And if you go back in post patches, you will soon realize that she is being tutored by Rauban, because again, Rauban cannot lead the resistance. If you put him in the throne, say for example in the throne of leadership, and then he's also the general of the army, then basically his attention is going to be divided with politics and the army, because it's war. Their war is still not over. So at least if you put Lise as a figurehead for the group, for the rebel army, and Rauban with their military, at least the burden of like managing the group is not as heavy as it's supposed to be being handled by one person. And again, she even admitted that she is being tutored by Rauban when it comes to like tactics for war and whatnot. So she is on her way to become a leader. It's just that right now she is still working on it. So well, anyway, I'm going off on one, and I'm just 4 minutes in the video, and
Pacing then. So I have heard some people criticize the pacing of Endwalker, maybe thinking it's a bit padded out.
Pacing again.
If you're ahead of me, or you've played up to what I've played in this video, I'm level 88 as I said, you'll probably know the sections that people are talking about. And as I said in the previous video, I did find the first jaunt into Thavnir to be pretty slow. in a way where I do think it could have been maybe a bit tighter, but again, I can see why they did that. Now, as for the next two bits that I see people commonly say are slow, I do just disagree. And I'm not going to say what those places are because I do feel that the zone names are spoilers. But to me, no, that is the pacing in between high points that builds a lot of the world, builds a lot of character, and to be honest, that's a lot of what I'm really here for, especially because I've been getting way deeper into the lore. After the end of Shadowbringers, I think, well, I mean, just about everybody's a bit more deep into the lore, right? It's just so damn interesting. You're thinking about who your character is in this overall universe. And with those thoughts in my head, I certainly found those slow bits to be anything but. I did find them to be rather engrossing. And I really love how some of those slower bits actually were a bit lighthearted sometimes. I thought that was just really good for our characters, especially considering how much darkness is actually going around in this storyline and how dire the overall, situation is. I mean, it's called Endwalker for good reason. We fuck it up and it kind of is the end. So I'm very happy with the pacing. I think
I don't have any complaints with the pacing as well.
Justified, and the high points that they lead to, in my experience so far, are just.
I think the people who are complaining about the pacing is that whenever there are tailing missions and they fail to do that tailing mission, they have to start over from the very beginning of where the tailing mission has started. And it can be annoying, but again, if you know how the line of sight works in FF14, and if you play a lot of like POTD or Eureka, I don't think you will have a hard time doing the tailing missions. I mean, I never failed one. And I'm not bragging because I know a few of my FC mates who also had done the tailing missions and they had never failed it. So I don't know.
Absolutely incredible. Then the next thing is the narrative. Obviously, no spoilers right now, but I am truly surprised with how they have done it. They played their cards close to their chest in all of the marketing. For this expansion. All I can say is that my initial expectation for this expansion was we get a bunch of new areas on Eorzea, and maybe the moon would be the final zone. Maybe it'll be like Dragon's Dogma, the original plan for that, where you do all your things and you fight the last boss on the moon, and then job's good and you're done. So there could have been a more predictable way to do this expansion, but no, they've been daring, they've been ballsy, they've done genuinely interesting things. They have taken me to places on this adventure that I did not expect to go to, and that has been very memorable and very appreciated. Now, just a little bit on the content. Trial 1. Trial 1 is great. Now, if you see any footage of me doing Trial 1, you maybe notice I'm playing awfully. I mean, that happens when you're playing. It's pretty late, but what a cool.
Yeah. The Trial 1 is also something that I have really I had it was really tough for me because my sense of direction is just awful. Like I have cleared the extreme version of it, but when it comes to like the part of the mechanic where everything is like moving and such, I'm not gonna say anything about it. It's just my sense of direction is really, really bad. Like if the arrow is pointing to the left, I'm supposed to go left, and then the arena goes the other way, and I was like, oh, okay, fuck. Man.
Trial. It's that usual thing with Final Fantasy XIV, really. The first time you go there and you don't know the mechanics, you're anxious, you're looking around, you're like, fuck, what's going to happen? I don't know. But after one or two wipes,
I was surprised that this boss was not a trial. I thought this was gonna be a trial. I guess I'm a little bit disappointed because Anima Anima rather, not Anima. Anima rather was a recognizable creation in the FF series, and it was introduced in FF10. So I was thinking, when the live letter showed the image of anima, I was like, oh shit, are we gonna get an anima trial? That would be sick. But I'm still fine with it being a dungeon boss. It is what it is.
You just end up in a situation where you can very clearly, very visually read and understand the fight. You don't feel like you need boss timers or weak auras or those things that, say, as a World of Warcraft raider, I'm very used to. So this idea of going into a trial, blind, no add-ons, no guide, I really love it. And it's a pretty special experience doing that just with other players. And we're all there experiencing Trial 1 together for the first time. And it really taught me that because this is a norm within Final Fantasy, doing the dungeons in a way where, you mess up the mechanics, you die. That's how it goes. You mess up the mechanics in the trial, you die. And everyone has to go through this. And I think that has really created a player base that's actually able to read and intuitively understand mechanics. I've consistently found this, and I was thinking to myself as I was going through the past expansions, oh yeah, well, everyone knows these fights. It's going to be, maybe it'll be just like WoW LFR when I go into Endwalker. And no, doing Trial 1 with almost everyone there being new, we muddled through it in no time.
Yeah, that's the beauty of not knowing the fights. I know it's already like a dead horse at this point that WoW does this PTR, and you would eventually figure out the fight before the content is released to the public. But there's something about attempting to do a fight in say, for example, in an MMO in which you don't have any information of what the fight is, especially on like day one, and you getting the clear this feeling of like satisfaction that you were able to clear it with no guides, and or with little to no guides, like little guidance to no guidance at all. I'm not like I'm not really a top raider guy. I just play casually, but I do join some high end content from time to time whenever my FC mates are lacking people, and I do usually tell them that I'm not really familiar with the fight because I don't really do hard content a lot. And to be honest, sometimes I get carried with the fights. The 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 achievement I feel, however, even though I think that I am carried in the fight, is that once I understand the mechanics that are being taught to me, and I was able to execute the mechanics perfectly in a fight, even though like my DPS is not top tier. It feels good, to be honest. And again, I'm not a hardcore raider, but it feels good to be able to clear a content when you can follow the mechanics. And like what they keep on saying, once you understand the mechanics of the game, then you can start trying to like master your own rotations and your DPS, and then you can try to prog further, clear faster, and all of that. So yeah, feels good to clear a hard content.
We all had a great time. The chat was just full of excited, happy people, and it just showed to me like, wow, having a one-off 8-player, or having these 8-player boss fights with not humongous difficulty, but very clear and readable difficulty with clear consequences. That's just fantastic. And another thing too is that they massively reduce the frustration via an extremely, I'd say, very liberal combat res situation. I'm very used to a game where, you only really have so many combat reses in a fight, and, tough shit. But with this, yeah, there's obviously penalties to being rezzed in combat, a whole bunch in a row, and certainly I had all my times, I get my res, I try to choose my moment to accept my res, I accept my res, and guess what happens? I spawn immediately into a mechanic and instantly die and feel like a big jackass. But I think what that means is you can do a fair amount of failure within one of these fights, while it's still feeling like a threatening challenge. And I think that basically means that it's a better learning environment. Now, I've got to imagine that in the higher and higher difficulties, what happens is
This is what Rory Khan was saying. FF14 does teach you how to raid in the game, because again, some of the mechanics there have been like visually changed, but how they function are just practically the same. Stack markers are introduced in the dungeons way early on in ARR. Bait markers for like AoE, like you bait an AoE to a direction is also introduced in ARR. And a lot of things. And when you do an extreme fight or a savage fight, it's basically the culmination of everything you have learned from the dungeons. And I get that people sometimes miss that opportunity to learn from dungeons. But there's always a room for someone to learn on how to raid and how to execute the mechanics in the game. And like I said, I'm not the one to give advice when it comes to raiding, because I suck at raiding. I don't really do a lot of hardcore raid content, although I like like I said, I tend to like clear extremes, do some savage here and there, but I play really casually. And most of the mechanics I can catch on really on, but some of them are really hard for me to catch on because I easily get distracted with what I'm doing with my rotations and such. So yeah, if you the game really teaches you how to raid. And some of the, like, say for example, you're doing the 8-man raid, the say for example the first tier of the 8-man raid, the normal one, they introduce you a handful of mechanics there that you can follow through and execute, because some of them are really marked, some of them are marked. And then when you go to the savage version, some of the markers are being removed, but you will see but you will still like remember how the telegraph was introduced on the normal mode by looking at the boss, looking at the arena, looking at the floor. And then they add another mechanic on top of it, so that it makes the fight a lot more challenging for everyone. And executing that, like wiping to it, it's fine. And then executing that, when you react to it perfectly, it gives you a sense of like, oh yeah, I'm getting the grasp of how this fight works. At least we are going somewhere here. So yeah, it's really fun trying to raid. And I hope like I hope a lot of people understand that raiding in WoW and raiding in FF, or raiding in other games and raiding in FF, is really different. This one is more of like a dance routine, while the other is more of a different kind of raiding.
the penalties of constantly being rezzed will mean that you won't really be viable to actually complete the fight. But for this initial difficulty mode, it seems like perfectly balanced, with a liberal enough combat res system that it just allows people to have a bunch of fun, really enjoy the spectacle, actually have mechanics that will kill them, but enough of a safety net that they can get rezzed again and continue the fight. And when it happens like that, I think that just means that it's a better learning environment. And I really feel like I've seen that in the game. Okay, spoiler-free opinions are done now. So I'm just going to sort of talk to the camera for maybe, 5 to 10 seconds in total, waste some time, kill some time, so that if you don't want the spoilers, you've got ample time to filter your way out of this video. And with that done, I dearly do hope you've clicked off the video, because in 3, in 2, in 1, we
Damn, Bellular, stop with the close-ups.
are now in spoiler territory. So who thought the moon would be the final zone then, instead of the 4th zone, right? And who thought that Big Fan Daniel would have that storyline? And I mean, I don't even know what's going on with Xenos. He's going to appear again, but holy shit. So obviously where I ended, I just finished Tower of Babel, and then immediately from there, Hydaelyn hops into Kryl, and zoom, you're off to the moon. And in the moon, you're like, okay, you see this Watcher fella, you see him. You learn about all of this, a bit more of the Zodiark lore, which is, of course, absolutely a treat in itself. And, then a dog that looks like a freaking competition dog in how, groomed and everything it is appears. The dog is called Argos. And you're like, what? What's going on? Then, you think you're up there to stop Big Danny. No, you're not. Fan Daniel wins. And Fan Daniel's such an interestingly narratively designed character, actually, because for a lot of the time we're like, Fan Daniel, he's just a big nihilistic drama queen, wants to end it all, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And it's that thing where, to me, it's like Fan Daniel didn't seem like the most sort of deep and interesting villain, but he was fun. And to be honest, I basically felt the same thing about Xenos. Now, in that dinner scene that I talked about in the previous video, that doesn't elevate those characters from those two opinions that I had, but it certainly did just give them a level of showmanship that was really fun and exciting. And then when it came to Trial 1, which of course is Zodiark, that's when you just kind of think, oh, okay, that's Fan Daniel's plan. And for a bit, you just kind of think, oh, is that Fan Daniel done then? What a weird guy. What a weird villain. But then, of course, I'm level 88, so you know what's happened, right? With that experience where you get to learn a little bit more there. And I really think they could have ended up doing that thing with Fan Daniel where they sacrifice most of the character screen time to make the very end interesting. I think that could have happened, but I think he was generally enjoyable enough while he was on screen that then getting the extra depth in the moments in a section I'm going to talk about very shortly, where of course you go back to Elpis. That's just a very interesting way to design the narrative. It could have failed. I really don't think it did though, and I found it to be highly engaging. But then of course Zodiark. I mean, you would have thought that Zodiark would have been later on. And what blew my mind is when you're fighting, is it Titiana, the Fae King. That's like the same point in Shadowbringers as the Zodiark fight in Endwalker, and that blew my mind a bit. So I've already talked about the fight. I thought the fight was awesome, but of course what actually happens there. I mean, you've got all your cool moments, like, you using the little constellation stone, summoning, everyone in, that's all quite nice. But then Fan Daniel, he's got control of Zodiark, you beat him, and true to his word, tears it out. Dead. No more Zodiark. And that, of course, means that, Zodiark's function is no longer being performed, which, of course, means he starts the end times. Didn't think the end times would start like that, to be honest. So that was just...
Yeah, no one saw it coming, but I think a lot of people have forgotten that Zodiark was summoned to keep, like, the planet or the star, like to preserve the planet or the star. So that includes all of the life, all of the loss of life and death and rebirth in the planet contained by Zodiark. So if you take out, and that was really explained in Shadowbringers back then, and I'm not sure if people remember that. So if you take out, he's like a manager of a fast food chain. Take out the manager of fast food chain, and you only have like a crew who doesn't even know how to manage a fast food chain, and they'll run like headless chicken. That's basically what happened in Endwalker. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense when it was finally, because a lot of like other media had tried to attempted to do this kind of thing, like, oh, I'm the big bad guy, I'm gonna destroy all of you, and then when the fight happens, no, my real plan is not really my plan is to destroy you, but it actually involves me dying to you so that everyone will end up destroying themselves. And sometimes it doesn't make sense, sometimes it's really hilarious, but here it kind of worked because there was already like a foreshadowing back in Shadowbringers. I do think that people were able to pick that up, but some people may have forgotten it. So there you go.
Just a neat way of playing around with people's expectations. I think most people probably thought Zodiark would be a boss fight, but they probably thought the Zodiark would be like way later on into this expansion, but no. So I mean, an incredible fight, incredible spectacle, and lore where I was just sitting there being like, holy shit, what are they doing? This is interesting. This is not what I expected, and in a good way. And then it's rabbit time. We meet the rabbits, the beast tribe in the moon. And this is where, certainly to my personal preferences, I love that whole thing. Number one, Aren.Gee-G, big uber danger. I just love any stories where people are like, Aren.Gee-G usually has really good plans, but he's a bit secretive right now and we're kind of suspicious and worried, so let's find out what's going on. That's kind of jumping ahead a little bit, but this lore that basically there's a bunch of rabbits on the moon and they've been turning the moon into basically, you know, like a spaceship, a escape vessel for everyone of the planet. And, you know, if you just said to somebody at the start of ARR that that's what was going on, I mean, they might think about, you know, Dalibut and everything, be like, an artificial moon, I guess that could happen. But I think you'd still think it's pretty wacky that our saviors are a bunch of technological moon rabbits. And I think the thing for me is, you know, I love Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, especially the original, which is the radio play, the book stuff came after. And I just love Hitchhiker's Guide. And there was something about that whole sequence that just totally made me feel like there was this Douglas Adams-ish just vibe, you know? So I just loved the way that they, you know, that they were kind of misreading us, the way that they were, you know, they just had their purpose so clear, but also they were so detached. I just thought there was a lot of like really natural, just natural humor to them. And then also, I mean, interesting lore, and that you could say it's inherently a bit selfish if we just piss off on the moon and, you know, leave the end time to be the end time. And if that means the end of the source, obviously that means the end of all of the reflections. And now, you know, because of Shadowbringers, that's a lot of characters that we really, really do care about so much. So I love that segment in the moon. And I also thought that it was just, it had some of the, you know, it was interesting lore. It was a bit more lighthearted. There was even a little bit of comedy in there, but it didn't feel out of place. And to me, it was just a lovely break in pace. Because obviously, the next thing that happens is, you know, Shardian in the end times. So there are things to talk about there. I mean, when you get back to Thavnir for the second time, that's where I just love Thavnir, frankly. Vritra is just a really great character. And the whole thing between Vritra and the, I suppose, the acting satrap, I just thought that it's like not the most complex thing in the world. I just thought it was really well done. As everybody's trying to convince Vritra to, you know, actually sort of, you know, well, acknowledge himself to his people, really. Of course, the way that his, I suppose technically in a way, predecessor goes is, it's just, I guess it's a strong scene. And there's so many little micro scenes here where, you know, understanding that basically it's all down to Dynamis, and, you know, people's emotions and all of that. There's just a lot of tragedy, and there's a lot of really grim stuff that is sad. Right, as I mean, especially as you and the twins are just going around trying to save people desperately as this horrible, horrible situation is unfolding. And I mean, the creature designs, the music, the whole thing. And then, of course, that dungeon as well. I mean, even, you know, that boss where, isn't it like it's like a family or whatever. And, you know, they lose control of their emotions and what happens. And you're just like, that's rough. Then, of course, you get to the bit in Thavnir 2 where it is the in-game version of what's shown in the cinematic. You know, where, like, Alzay gets hurt, you, of course, jump in to save the child. And, you know, even that, you get back to the village, and it's, I mean, man, it's some grim stuff. But what I love is, you know, they still get that message of hope and all of that out in a way that doesn't feel cheesy. It feels very genuine, given the really horrific things that.
Ah, yeah, this one is really hard to watch. Like, I was already this part. It's not because Matsia, this elephant guy, like, I learned, not really I learned, but I grew to care a little bit about Matsuya. Um, However, the fact that the freaking baby is turning into like an abomination in his hand, it is what really scares me, because that baby is innocent. That baby has no um like concept of good and evil. So that's basically like a blank canvas of where you can paint anything in it. But the only emotion it can feel is probably happiness and sadness and whatever human emotions any living being had. And that was really heavy to watch.
that our characters have seen. So just with Thavnir too, I mean, it's got the character work, it's got things that are genuinely a bit, yeah, they're just sad to watch, really. The lore of it all is fascinating as you're working out, well, what will eventually be known to you as Dynamis. I love it. And then, of course, the other side of this is you return to Charlie and you work out that, oh yeah, Charlian have actually known this has been coming for like 200 odd years. They've been preparing all this stuff, and they've been shipping things to the moon so the rabbits know what to do. Whoa! Right? So that does make, I was about to call him Four Cheese, which is, no, that's an in-joke, that would make sense to you. Fortuno, Levelure, Lavier even. You know, you sort of start to realize what he's really about. I mean, what a twat. I still want to slap him. Still want to slap him because he's mean to the twins, and goddamn, the twins must be protected at all costs. But again, that's just really interesting.
All right.
Lore, actually. I love the lore of this game. I love the world building, and frankly, I'm very interested to see where it goes with Charlian, because their goals and our goals are not well aligned, and perhaps even Heidelin's goals. Because that whole escape the planet thing is sort of Heidelin's plan with the moon. Charlian's on side with that, but we obviously don't want to lose all of our friends in the first. And then, of course, we have got to talk about our travel back in time. Bloody hell. How cool. And just how cool that they actually pulled off such a, like, high concept, crazy ass thing, right? I mean, it's just so neat. And of course, with Elidibus giving us our send-off at obviously great personal cost to him, even going there is a touching moment. And I mean, it's like any time they play that Flames of Truth, you know, the Louis Soir music, you're like, shit's going on. This is going to be big. And big it is, because of course, all these characters take a look at you. They realize, oh, your soul is 9/14 of Azim, or Azim, I forget exactly which. Now, of course, that's the thing. So the characters of Hythlodaeus, Emet-Selch, and Vana, they recognize you because your soul is, of course, 9/14 of their friend. Their friend who, you know, I suppose has the seat of Azim, or Azim, but we, of course, never meet that character. The whole sundering thing is very interesting indeed. But here it all just is so much more interesting and engaging because we're just dealing with these characters, and especially seeing Hythlodaeus is just great. You know, from seeing the little shades of him that we had previously, and it really just shows you that relationship between him and Emet-Selch. And that's the really nice thing. Emet-Selch's, I mean, I get why he is one of the most popular, maybe probably the most popular villain in the whole of FF14. And it's just that way you get to know him. And by the very end, and of course, you know, his wish that we remember him, kind of, you know, just knowing that whenever he brought...
Yeah, because he is a snarky little bastard, but he's actually a tsundere, so that's why a lot of people like the guy.
his vision, his memory of Amarot back, that Hythlodaeus is there. And all those times between that and 5.3 that we see Hythlodaeus now actually getting to see the actual man in the flesh is, it's just a really, really strong moment. It really is. I love how they did it. And to jump to the very end of this whole segment of the questing, You know, when just seeing Selk and Hythlodaeus work together on a plan with basically just completely non-verbal communication because they know each other well, they know what to do. It was just a real neat moment. A really, really neat moment. I loved it. I quite frankly loved it. Then, of course, there's Meteion and Hermes. You know, Fandaniel, a lot of people are just like, Fandaniel, drama queen, big nihilist. Right, we get it. You don't like existing. Okay. That's how he could sort of feel in those bits of Shadowbringers that, you know, we saw him, but we didn't fully get into him. And it's a very interesting, and I've got to say, very ballsy and not daring way to do this character, where we experience, well, from our perspective, his final folly as Fandaniel, you know, with Xenos, right? We experience that Zodiarch. And then we kind of get to see where he started. And it reminds me very much of something. I mean, here's an example. I'm sure loads of people watched the movie, and I've bring this up a few times recently, but they've watched Sixth Sense already knowing the twist, and it's still quite enjoyable. And I remember seeing some research on how it's actually, if you have the end of a book spoiled for you, people actually sometimes even enjoy reading the book more after they've had it spoiled. It sounds counterintuitive, but I think that's just because there's something in knowing where it goes and discovering how it got there that is very satisfying. And with the characterization of Hermes, who of course would go to the seat of Fandaniel, we really get that. So knowing how he ended up, knowing what he did before that, and then getting to actually experience his character's struggles. And that's the thing, because with him in Meteion, you spend almost all of your time questing here really empathizing with him, seeing, feeling his sorrow as he, you know, deals with the more grisly part of his job. And you feel, you get into that deep, deep despair, I suppose, that permeates that character. And then, of course, via that permeates Meteion. Really, this individual's trying to work out, you know, to what end? Feels a deep depression at what the Meteion project reveals for all of the other civilizations out there. It almost reminds me, not exactly, but if you've ever watched the show Battlestar Galactica, you'll know there's a bit in that where there's a thing that's been very hyped up to all of our characters as, you know, I won't spoil, but, you know, they get there, it's not what they expect in a way that is slightly similar to, you know, what Fandaniel ends up learning from the Meteion project. And it's just that feeling of the deep despair and depression that comes forth from that. So I just thought, I mean, the end of that dungeon, it's an incredible sequence. The tension is really strong. It's, again, whenever they want to do a high point in their story, when they want to increase the pace, I mean, they just nail it. And then, you know, as things go on, you meeting you and Vana. That's one of my favorite sequences, really. Just the whole
Oh yeah,
thing.
that's
And
also my
before the
favorite.
dungeon, after the dungeon, whatever. Because obviously she becomes Hydaelyn. That's where her story goes. And actually getting to see that, and I have a lot of questions. Very interested. You know, what is the continuation of consciousness between Vana and Hydaelyn? You know, whenever I suppose, isn't it that Vana basically sacrifices herself to become the heart of Hydaelyn? So Hydaelyn kind of comes forth from her. And then obviously that has me thinking about all of the primal lore, especially say Louisoix and Phoenix, you know, as an example. And then that even gets me thinking about this character, and I'm like, well, okay, Vana, we get along great with her. You know, it's just, the time you spend with her is fantastic. The really fun Judy. We are, you know, people of different times, each facing our own final days. How we deal with that, and then trying to work out that, well, her solution ultimately is going to be become Hydaelyn, keep Zodiarch essentially in stasis, and then, so, you know, greatly suspend the final days. Ideally, indefinitely suspend the final days in order to save the star. But she obviously has a backup plan. And that backup plan is our rabbit friends, who are obviously a joy to be around. but we care about everyone in the first. So I know that that is a backup plan that obviously those of Charlian found out about and are aiding. But what's going to happen when, well, you know, will we disagree with Hydaelyn? Will we be like, no, we're not going to take your moon ship. We're going to go and try to stop this. And then there's obviously the bit of me that's like, well, this is a JRPG, and they really do have a thing about killing God. So I'm even wondering, you know, could Hydaelyn even turn into a villain? Or something like that by the end? Because ultimately, you know, Vana we understand, but Hydaelyn is a primal. We know what it's like with primals. And then, of course, Meteon. You spend so much time basically just thinking, Meteon, protect. She must not feel sad. She is nice. And, you know, poor Hermes is sad, and look how sad that makes her, and you're thinking all of those things. And I suppose that's because Meteon is supposed to be a, you know, like a very appealing personification of like the overall Meteon system, which is like all these sisters and the shared consciousness that they have. So, you know, it's one of those things like Meteon is almost like empathy hacking us in a way. But what's it going to be if she's basically out there somewhere? Who the hell knows where, but she's out there somewhere, and I mean, is this 10,000 years of despair? Will other dark things have been found? I mean, that's a question. We're talking about other stars, other civilizations here, aren't we? And, you know, that has me thinking, post-Endwalker, what's it going to be like? What will the narrative of 6.1 be? So all these things, they have got my brain on fire, frankly. I love not only the experience of playing this game, but the experience of thinking about this game. And this has actually been something that's been a bit of a journey for me, because I'm so used to just, you know, you play your thing, you see what you get, you enjoy the experience, you know, you think about it afterwards, obviously, but I suppose I'm beginning to become like a little bit more slow and intentional and precise. You know, there's times where maybe you could be so taken by the spectacle and the stakes and
Oh no, Warring Away is gonna die.
characters that you really love.
Sorry,
that
Warring Away.
perhaps some of the
I don't have
more
anyone
integral
helping me,
moments
so
you'll miss out on. And that certainly happened to me once or twice. So it's looking back at things, examining, thinking about them. And I suppose what I love here is, it's not like, you know, sometimes there's other games, they get very deep into the lore, but they don't have the other things. In this, it's like loving the characters, loving the journey, loving the spectacle.
Oh, I thought this was gonna disappear
that's all
after
theirs,
Warring
of
Away is
course.
dead. But
Then diving deep into everything else is just this beautiful follow-up dish. And I think we can all see how in Endwalker, there is so much more of that. So much more of that, and I'm absolutely, absolutely loving it. So, man, what a treat. You know what, even just getting to finally see the real Hythlodaeus, I'm like, man, I like you. Oh, where are we going to go? The next 2 levels are going to be absolute madness. So I am going to get to max level. Whoa, I can't wait, because tell you what, see Matt, he's about to explode. He's about to explode. He's begging me to get finished so that we can do a spoiler cast on it. So I cannot wait. That's it for me. If you want to support the channel and also immerse yourself in some tasty Japanese snacking, you can check out the Boxu link down below. Thanks to them for supporting the content. Thanks to you for watching it. And I think I have a bit more Endwalking to do, so I'll go do that. Have a great day. See you later.
happy Endwalking, Bellular. Yeah, so that's basically his take. So yeah, pretty good video. And surprisingly, it's surprisingly nice to see someone from like World of Warcraft really takes interest into the story, because I've been hearing a lot of people like they don't really care much about the Warcraft lore anymore, and it's basically like every design of the current of the like current generation of MMOs we're in. The early part of the game doesn't really matter. The end game is where it's at. That's why some of the MMOs like shower you with rewards at the very beginning, makes you like solo all of the content, or outright like allow you to like have an option to buy a skip to get through the end, just to be able to like do the high end content of the game. Yeah, but this game offers a lot more than that, and it doesn't even like imprison you in this game. Like, yeah, you just do this. Yeah, if you check it out, I only did the expert roulette, and I haven't done all of the dailies here. I haven't done all of them except Alliance Raid and expert roulette, because I don't feel like it. I don't feel like doing it. And this fate farm I'm doing is not mandatory, and there's a reason why I'm doing it, because of the collectible. But it's not something that is being enforced to you, that that you need to do. Like, oh, you need to do this for your dailies and whatnot. No, nothing like that. Okay, distance myself here, because oh, what the fuck? Stay away from me. I don't need you, scrapper. Bye. I don't think I will be able to complete this fate. There are people doing the fate here. See how many people are in the instance. Yep, not a lot of people. Whew. I guess this is where I can try, where I can say I'll call it. Because I don't think even if I queue for a dungeon or anything, not a lot of people are doing fates as of this time since it's already 4 a.m. here. Alright, I guess this is the time where I wrap this up. I'll be uploading this VOD in YouTube sometime later. So, yep. Thank you uh, for hopping in, whoever you are. And I'll go take a break and maybe go get some sleep. See you guys maybe tomorrow or the next few days because I have work to do. Alright. Bye.